My OBS class and I didn't realize that shit. What am I doing? Whatever that. Ridiculous. Anyway, we're mining this out. Like the good old day. Oh yeah. I see. Anyway. Oh yeah. My fucking OBS class. No, I didn't fucking realize that. That is so annoying, actually. More annoying though. Okay, but can I not turn it? The fuck is this shit? Fuck. Weird. Why is it buggy like that? It's beyond me, dude. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted. Nice. This is my mind now. My quarry. It's nice. I keep saying nice. Yum 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 yum. Let's go. To the part. I should fix my inventory first. It's kinda annoying. On the side, don't it. Need, 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 need. Okay, that's done. So this should be enough now. Let me see. Not block. Not block. Why would I have not block? How much more? Can we get? Bad dream. That is fun. Those fun projects. What is that? Yikes. No, I don't need those fun projects. That's just suck. Yeah, but this is kinda cool. Really easy. Again, dude? Oh my god. I'm so done, dude. This mod is kinda... How can I blame that on the mod when it's clearly a skill issue, dude? Let's do that. Hmm. I jump again? I'm dead. What is that animation, dude? The shit. I'm done breathing like that, dude. I'm so done. I'm actually so done. Forgive me, forgive me. I should have double jump a bit later. Maybe I'll survive then, but what's the point though? Wait, I thought there's a structure there. But it's just generation that is real. Why is ice breaking here? Okay. am I going? Let's go. And then I love this purple, blue. I'm taking it off. But that's not why I'm here though. This is what I should do. When I fall, okay. I'm not dead. Where I need to go. The little by. Where is it? That's it. Where is Enderman? Where is it? Are you kidding me? On pitch, okay. That is my mistake for thinking I can defeat. What is it? Alright, Enderman. Ridiculous. I think I would do better searching for passion dude and get gold than this shit dude. Ah yeah. What's done is done. This bug is really annoying. And I keep hitting this warden noise dude. I know there's no warden, so I don't know what are you doing. Is there any passion nearby? I just fall into lava. What is that? Nothing. Nothing. What is that? Nothing. So much nothing. That shit. What is that? Passion? No. Just basalt again. I think I'm prioritizing. You kid. I jumped there. But it didn't reach it. Fucking pit. What? What kind of pit can one shot me dude? Annoying. Useless. I think I'm digging. Fuck, I double jumped too early though. That's the most fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. What hit me dude? The shit. It's as if I have no armor at all. Ridiculous dude. I swear to God, it just keep getting ridiculous. Keep getting more ridiculous. Oh my God. What is that legendary what? I wanna see. I don't wanna know. I know, but I don't wanna get new jump. That's it. Right. You just uncommon piece of shit. Hold on. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. I can chase. I cannot chase. To fight my own size apparently. Uncommon. It's just uncommon, dude. And it's too much for me. Ridiculous. I can chase though. I mean, I will make a farm out of it. Right now I can chase. I cannot chase, okay? I mean, better fire elemental. Come on, God. What are you? What are you? Armor? Oh, under? Epic. I died to an uncommon dude. Are you serious? Get this out. Like, why is there so much plants here? So fucking annoying. Where's fucking Enderman dude? There it is. I see it in the minimap. Where are you dude? Here you are. I see you. Where are you? Where are you, Enderman? Here you are. What are you? What are you? Just a common Enderman. I could die. Easy? Of course it's easy. It's not easy. I'm gonna kill myself. I mean, is it better if I just keep... I don't think I want to farm. I think I'm just going to the fucking bastion, dude. I can. Just let me survive. Just let me survive, dude. Fuck, ridiculous. Get a bitch. Doesn't do. Jesus. And none of this talk. What is the meaning of this? Keep. Throw away. I think that's all I keep. Just one. Okay, fungus is keep. Other than that, it's all throw. Throw. I think that's it. I'm so done with fucking the nether dirt. Like, I'm so underpowered. Let's see. I don't want to look at the minimap though. That is just so clean. I mean, zombie fight be clean, not so clean. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing, dude? Ridiculous. One block is so good. For what? I don't actually know. but it's so good. And stop being on fire. Come on. That's only composer apparently. It only need piglets. It's only useful for composite. Don't think it's need it. I don't think useful for anything else. That's what I mean. Anyway, I can just look at the map and search for you know what passion. I mean, but that's no fun. I think I see it anyway. I think that's a passion. No. What is that? The fuck? I mean, I can chase legendary. I can chase it, but I don't want to. He's shooting at me. I got evolved. Where have I seen this before? I thought I see a passion there. Did I not? Did I not? I don't think I did. That's ridiculous. I don't see anything. Passion, where are you? What is that? Fuck. It is a horror mod. That is a passion. I just walked into it. That's crazy. Let me stop. It is a passion, right? I mean, it don't look like one from this side, but I wish it was. This it is. You know, English is hard, but I don't think that's a passion though. It's too perfect. Too perfect, I see. Too perfect. Is it passion though? I mean, what else? What else is this? What? And my FPS is so high for no reason. That. What is that? I'm complaining, of course. Why is my FPS so high? Open the door. This is a passion. What is this? Yep, passion remnant. Interesting. I should be able to fight them. I don't have gold on me, so I'm dead probably. Let's just clear this muscle. Therefore, to their demise. I said I never choose, but this is kinda necessary. Fuck me, bitch. Fuck. I'm so slow. Look at that. Can you see this one? No, I cannot. Just right here. Heal. Look at that. I'm teasing you, You're a monster. Okay, actually that's it. Okay, we're reloading. Everything. Me, get everything. Nice. That is not enough for a netherite, but I'll take it up. Chill. Where is the other hidden block, dude? I don't know this one. Not a speedrunner. So I just break everything. Chill. God, I'm dead. Real I said. Anyway, I get so much gold from that. But what else to do but upgrade now? But I think I need more. Anyway, I need more carrot, I mean. So silly of me to gamble that. As well, I'm installing mod for this. I'm installing mod for I'm splitting. Okay. Sample everything samples. Okay. Look at that saturation, dude. This shit. Nice. That is so much carrot. Unbelievable. Let's do this. I think that's enough for now. That's enough for now. Make it this. Okay. What can I make from cooking? This, that. Cook something. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know about this delight shit. Dude. It's not very delightful to me. Anyway, where are we going? I need to get Ender Pearl. So that is priority number one. So I just need to Piglin. Piglin, where are you? Do you see the minimap? Nothing, dude. Literally nothing. I'm literally losing my mind. All mine. Piglin, where are you? This is getting worrisome. Wait, I almost fall because I lose focus for a moment. Then Piglin. Give me Piglin. There it is. And a baby Piglin, dude. Ridiculous. You don't give me shit. So tell me, why should I keep you alive? That's it, no reason. Like. And it Piglin, useful one. Where is my useful Piglin, dude? There's a lot of them in the bastion, but what is that, dude? Why is there a spider in the nether? And I'm gonna die to it. Back off. Demon. Okay. That's demon now? What mod added that? Because that big land. Zombie fight. Ridiculous, dude. Oh my god. Common. Uncommon. Where am I going? There is quite literally nothing here, dude. Double jump. Wait. Double jump. Double jump. Double jump. Make that jump, dude. Shut up. Jesus Christ. There it is. I see a piglin. Two of them actually, which is nice. Let's get that gold ready. Piglin, I see you. Wait, that's not piglin. Stupid. Stupid, I'm stupid. Dude. That's the wrong. Or did I go the wrong direction? I think I go the wrong direction though. Piglin is there. Not here. There it is. Where are you going? That's the other one. I see it. Here. Have this gold. In. Yes, and the obsidian donated, but thanks. Spider, Hoglin, Piglin, there's two there, which is more than this one, so I think I'm leaving this guy. One. Fuck, I almost fall. Where is this Piglin, dude? Get up. My god. Piglin, where are you? Still? Yeah, Piglin is up, I think. Or is it down? No way, it's down. Let me check though. Yep, no, it's not down. But it's probably up, no? Ah, whatever. I don't care anyway. The Piglin is not... It's better than one, but... There's two Piglin here. Yes, wait, is this what I see? Come here. No, it's not two Piglin. Where did I go? Shit, I see too much. Wait, there's too much here. So there. I see too much. I see so much structure though. Which is exciting, but kinda bad at the same time. Hoglin. Wait, I see Hoglin. Right? Lapiglin. What is Lapiglin? Oh, it's Leather Piglin. I'm stupid, idiot. Hoglin there. Only I can bait them. Fuck, where do I hit that? Come. Where am I? Come. Like, I need to kill the child, dude. Okay. Let's get it clean. Fuck, they're so clean. I'm dead. Shitty bitch. At 28. God, dude. All because of some friend drop, dude. My God, dude. I will not understand every meaning of me that I cannot survive. Let's go to the... let's go. Wait, there's two piglin here. Can do with two piglin. Milan. Suddenly, I'm lagging, dude. I'm running out of diamond, dude. Did I just kill a piglin? I instinctively do that, dude. What the fuck? Stop. But you died. Na 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 na. Na. Let's not talk about that. Let's just not talk about anything. I see so many piglin this way. Well, down. Maybe, probably. Where is piglin? Whatever. Fuck. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't wanna get one shot at again. I should really just dismantle this whole bastard to find the gold I needed to do that. What's that? Is it? No. In here? Or? don't know this fashion shit. Fucking bitch. My god. My god. My god. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. There you go. That's all. Fine. This is the plan all along. What is this? Ridiculous. I meant side. I'm not thinking this as a shit. Oh. Where am I? Dun, dun, dun. Ridiculous. This is right. Yeah. Where is the gold? Fuck, I must fall. Yes. There's a lot of being picked down there. Fuck, fuck. Oh my god, for nothing, dude. The brute killed me like idiot, dude. It destroyed me like an idiot. Come on, please move faster in lava. How am I not healing? Come on. I'm dead. Can't see that. Oh my god. I got scared so hard. What the fuck? I'm done. Not worth it. What is this? Fuck. I cannot ever understand it was meaning of me when you're not so done me to live. Think more of me. Where's the pillar? Where's the pillar? Why am I falling all the time? Like an idiot. Move. Move. Okay. Damn bitch. Dead. Then is picking up the gold. Is it so much skill to do this shit? This is just me walking and walking. Skeleton did this shit. I'm running away. I can do that. Oh my god. I breached it. Okay. Oof, I got chills there. Dare you that shit. Dare you. Jesus Christ, I must die again. Like my armor, dude. Literally. What? Ting. Up the road. Where is my hole? कैसे उफ What did I just say? That's my shit. No. That's my gold. My gold, bitch. Give me gold. Where is gold? Understand? That is my beacon. Danger there. Don't understand where is my gold. Stop breaking shit. You don't wanna give me my gold, I'm breaking shit. Where's my gold? I don't know. And this feels so bad actually. But I think I have enough for it. What do I need? I'm missing so much. I'm missing gold. Crazy. Yeah, I should have come prepared, but I'm not. Go home. Good. Oh my god. Oof. Go home. We've done what we need to do. Done what we need to do. Ridiculous. And after this, I need netherite. But that this fucking item lasts fucking longer, dude. Fuck on this one. The fuck? This I just make it worse. I'm not getting up. Okay, itu saya. Fun. Oof. Oof, kill. They what? It's day 3 already. Oh my god, I'm so scared. And my armor is breaking. How? Cannot understand meaning of me. So What do I don't need? Okay, let's mine this. 2 nether scrap, that's great. That's only a golden upgrade. I spent all my gold. And all my gold. Still. Right. And so up high. But that is wrong. That's the road. And I haven't this funny. I haven't emptied my inventory yet. With my stupid. Yes, beyond measure apparently. What to throw away? To my ass. $24. Okay, I just need a little bit more. I see this. Where is gold, dude? This shit. But this was supposed to be gold heaven. I mean, it surely is, but where is gold? Where is gold? Dude, I don't know. That demon. That is a demon. Come. Where's gold, dude? The shit. See no gold. No. There it is. I need one more gold, dude. The shit. I have enough in base, but actually, there's so much gold. Everything. Yep, that's gold. What else to do? Okay, 30 still. Wait, 8? What the? I need storage solution, that's the shit. That's my amethyst. My amethyst though. I swear I had them. I swear. Where did I place them? Oh, wait, apparently. I like that. That. This. Or that. That is. That's more like it. I have more slot. Okay, pick up. Pick up. Copper, huh? Copper, huh? Interesting. Where is my iron? Here it is. And so now I just need some. I don't. I think anymore. That's it. I don't need furnace, so do that. Upgrade. I need pick up magnet. What am I missing? What am I missing though? Masculine knife. What am I searching for? I know where it is. Here. Get that. Get up. Boom. Done. And then pick up. But do I have pick up already? So for it then, and then what? Reveal. One is reveal. Two lava bucket. Two lava bucket. Huh. I wonder where I will get them. I wonder where. Right. Raven one, netherite, probably, yeah. Netherite. Then I need quartzite. Quartz. I need diamond for that. My diamond is running out, actually. It's interesting. Interesting. Interestingly enough, I don't get it. Netherite. And I have no gold. We did. We did. Maybe I have enough. Pass my that and that. This thing. Nope, not enough. So let's get back to this ship. Chilling, where are chilling? Oh my god, did I just... So dead. So dead. Damn, like a money. I'm so fucking dead. I literally... Oh my god. Stop trying to flop. Not that one. Good. Ah. Interesting. There we go. Oh, it's so much more space, not gonna lie. Okay. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. How am I doing good? I need diamonds so bad. It's annoying. How will I ever do this, dude? Will I ever enchant shit? I would never stand with you every time that you would know. I could go there. You kid me, kid. You kid, dude. You kid. You. This one, I don't have opal. I don't have opal. You know how ridiculous that is? Not that ridiculous, actually. But do you know how ridiculous that is? Like I said, not that ridiculous. Ah, whatever. Let's just mine here. Yes. My tool is broken. Something. Nita has passed. Need to refill up. Refill. Refill. Yep. You? No, not you. And then refill up. What I wanted to have again? Is somebody remind me? What do I want to do again? Right. Fucking quad. That's pretty easy. Like this. That is Paris. Agreed. Here. Steering. Nice. Finish. Don't test anyway. Can have this. What am I mining cobblestone for? Yeah. I need to save mine for diamond, right? I need cobblestone. Interestingly enough. Interesting. And I need to go down, so but I should have picked a lower wildlife, I'm not gonna lie, but that's still it with it. Kinda annoying. Okay. Did I run it though? Hey. Oh, Did I just duplicate it? Diamond hammer, dude? Diamond hammer, I mean, did I just duplicate that? That is so far. Or do I have that in my inventory all the time? Don't think so. So what's happening? I think, I don't know. I don't remember it. I really don't think I have this on me. I think I just duplicated it. For no reason at all. Or maybe that's not what happened. Like, you know. Which is, anyway, it's weird either way. Deep dark. And a streaker on top of that. Absolutely ridiculous, mate. I mean, I know that's deep dark on there. On here, I mean, but yeah, whatever. Let's not talk about it. Pretty big. This specimen is weird. Well, level negative what though? Or diamond? Okay, we're going to 58. Nice. Metal deep dark. How awesome. I swear if I spawn warden here, gonna die. Maybe warp away. And that's a lava immediately after this. Ridiculous. That's it. That's not it. Oh my god. It's just amazing, dude. The fuck? The level 58 is near. Is here, I mean. So let's go one more. Downer. Let's wait. Anyway, I think 59 is unnecessary. The lava way is so much lava, dude. Die. Diamond. That's crazy. Diamond need to wait. Diamond again. So I'm rich. Honestly, let's test this out. I have 4 diamond. I have 8. How about this? 9. Oh, I don't think it's good to mine with hammer. Maybe it's good, I don't know. I did remember getting so much netherite last time. think I'm going down by level. Jesus Christ. Interesting. It's all the same. It's all just fucking lava, lava, and more lava, dude. This is an our find. I don't find, right? What's the word, dude? Come on now. I'm blind. Let us see. 20, 50, 30. Nice. How much ore, dude? I'm kinda cheating though. Literally, it's kinda cheating. Before. Come on now. I think after this I'm mining for netherite, right? Hey. Nice. Thank you so much. Right? Okay. I need flower after this, I think. This is getting stupidly massive. My inventory is not keeping up with. Let's go to the nether. Oh. Let's go to get that glowstone. Part of mine, I will not slow down. Where's glowstone? There it is. Nothing nearby though? Whatever, bullshit. Much power. Everything got part of me, I would never care really. Stop. The man. There. There. Oh my god. Forget. Where's Sando? What? That's what I need to write it. That's stupid. I have not seen a river in my life before. There it is. So far away though. Need to go there. Biome is scary, yo. This is where Slenderman live as well. I mean, yeah. What am I saying it actually? Chill, 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 chill. Cannot believe you have it. Touch it up. No waiting for you to get hoopla, hoopla, hoopla. What's the better fuck? I don't care though. That's not my problem here. West Sun. That is not sun, that's lake. Idiot. Jesus Christ, like this. Yeah. Oh, hovering with mouse. Oh, okay. So that's why I. Na, 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 na. Tell you what I mean. Interesting. I will understand every minute for you, John. What the fuck? Happening? What is happening, dude? I don't get it. I don't get it though. I could not ever understand every meaning of me then. Only when everything else is done. Where do I put this? Definitely not here. Let me see. Maybe here? Down? Oh, that's bad idea. I'm running out of space. Interestingly enough. But I think I'll move it here first. What is this for? This will be my temporary setup. You get. Either you get me. I need ender pearl. You get right. This is ridiculous. Do I even have ender pearls, dude? Don't have one. Ridiculous. Certainly not ideal. Ender pearl, huh? I need that shit, huh? can't verify that from that. Ridiculous. I'm cheating, guys. Sorry. Time to do this. Let's see. Let's see. What is that shit? Wow. Epic, 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 epic. Do you see this, guys? I mean, thank God he can attack, but did he just attack? Let's go see. Did you just attack me? You there? You fucking gun? Did I not have food? That makes sense actually. See that, dude? How many hits does it take? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's funny. Fuck. That's nice actually. I think I'm upgrading that to netherite immediately. I said immediately. If I had gold, that is. That's my bad. That's my bad, dude. Only one way out of this predicament. That is to find that fucker over there. Hey. Demon. Hello. I should have run away when I see that shit, dude. Like, what do you mean? But I get good loot. I get good loot from it, so it's decent, I guess. What is this? Okay. I can die. This is what having no sharpness does to man, dude. Like, what do you mean? Where am I going? What is that shit? What is this? Anyway. I need actually something. Fortress, I think. I need ender power so bad, dude. But they don't drop from fucking monster. They just they don't want to drop, dude. Which is ridiculous as well. Why not? Why not full tank or Hoglin, dude? Like, Hoglin is not my problem anymore. Never been, but like literally what? Just hit me ass. Hit me ass, dude. Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Hey, there's a fortress. Gold, nice. I can get so much gold from you. I think, anyway. I'm thinking this is kinda fucked. Let's see minimap. Let's horrendous, dude. How much? Oh my god. This is it. This, hold on. Passion. This not specifically empty though. And this is a normal pot. Wait. Let's do it. Okay. Where am I going to start? Cannot believe when everything else I don't care. There is not enough of me. Got nothing to the shit. How dare he? Look cool. Every single part of me, whatever understand. I should really stop this own spawner, huh? Let's go though. Only 7. How much is that? 8. Easy. Demon. I don't mean to call it. Is the exit? Well, I get the instance if you see it that way. Anyway, we're going to the bastion. City. Oh, amazing. Where is passion? Yes, where is passion though? Passion there, okay. God damn it, dude. Damn. Don't give them a chance, dude. Where is the second product? Oh, what am I supposed to do? That's my steak. Don't have no steak. What is this? What? What is this? What the hell? A home? Wait, Piglin? That's easy loot. Piglin, you said. Wait a minute. If I can just drop them here, that would be good. This is ridiculous fine. Here, bruh. Chill, chill. That's my code block. No. I need quite updated the shit. I decided to steal my call. Double that the shit. It's better than Dachshund. It ain't one if I said nothing. There is under what I mean on to Oh my god. I'm so focused right now, which is crazy. Why am I so silent though? Like, I haven't spoken in 10 minutes or so, I think. Which is unnecessary. You know, right? I disable this one. Annoying as well. Jesus Christ. Hit the bitch. God, this is annoying. Who fucking thought this was a great idea of a builder this shit? So much block I need to destroy. What the fuck? One, two, three, four. Okay, four. Please. Three, four. Okay, four. Oh, damn it. Kill, bitch. Level 3, huh? I'm not planning on making this again, but if I do, I need to prepare myself. It's ridiculous. I've been not saying anything since a while now. I've been totally focusing. Which is wild. This is ridiculous. Okay, that's good. Oh my god. It's been so long. It's so unnecessarily long, dude. Oh my god. I'm so focused I can't even talk right now. Passing bird is hard, dude. Which is crazy. There we go. I just need to see spawn. That is fun. I offer us. What am I missing, dude? There's a diamond. Ah, my diamond is not here. Great. Great goodness, great. Excuse me. Where's my diamond, dude? There it is. A single part of mine, I do not start or live or live. You are just part of me. It's not really. No. Tell me that. Oh my god. Let's go. We're done, dude. Fuck. Ooh. Where is my ship? There it is. What the fuck? Don't come here. Anyway. Very good. I need to make this. Where's my ender pearl? Right here. Don't understand. Hmm. And the fuck? How this works? I don't know. Interesting. This is it. Fuck. I'm confused. What the fuck? What the fuck? Am I crazy? Or should this work? Let me see. An inventory connector. Oh, this one, dude. Idiot. Oh my god, I need more. Really odd new. Let's stop. Even work. Stuff, that stuff. I need so much more. What is fucking shit called Ender Pearl? Let's go to the Bastion. Where is it? Oh my god. Ender Pearl, mate. I need Ender Pearl so bunch of it, I mean. Ridiculous. Where's your gold, bitch? Where is it? Give me your gold. There's no gold here. Sorry, what the fuck? Maybe the other room have one. Did it? What other room? There's no other room. Oh, that's the old bedroom? I go come here maybe? This look fun. But too far away, no? Ah, yeah. Wait a minute. I think I'm eating after this, so I'll be right back. Toughness. I'm breaking. Level 5 for knockback. That's great. Ah, yeah. Be right back, okay? Be right back. Bye bye. Nice. Need to go there. This is not mine though. Yo, what the fuck? Nice. So this is where they put out their fucking shader. Is it? This is nice. How much cost was that? That's the amount. Jesus Christ. Let's go there. Lap knife. What's the point of a map when I can't even see? I think it's down here. I can see the mini map though, so fuck you. I think I know what this is pointing at. Though. Interesting. A bit clean. And back here. Just for that, I think it's burning up. Is that it? That was it's pointing it up. Probably die. I probably die immediately, though, not gonna lie. But it's fine. A lot it to roam. Piglin Hamlet, huh? I don't know what this is, but it seems scary. I don't know why I'm charging head first into it, but fine, I think. This is it, right? Big Green Hamlet. I bet there's a ton of coordinator. What is the noise? Where is the answer though? See. Fuck. Unbelievable. I'm chasing though, but that's kinda annoying. This is kinda annoying that I'm chasing, but I need to chase right now, cause what the fuck? Chill. Bitch. Where is it? That's what I want. You get. So over that. Ah, yeah. This is normal this. Oh. Anitra was so battered. Ah, this is fun. This is fun, yo. Hmm. Why? No, I don't have iron. That's all iron I have. With Stefan. Let's do something. Never mind. That I have. There it is. Okay. Please, 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 please. How about the rubber? I want a compacting drawer. So expensive. Tear. Don't care. Piston, huh? Piston is fine. And I need a bit more. That again. Maybe from this to there, 5. Station. Trading. Trading post. Come on now. That's not right. That's it. Wait back. You know what I'm doing with this. You know what I'm doing with this. Shit, I left it all. Silly me. Well. It was stupid. Cannot certainly. Well, I'm not that stupid actually. Well, I am stupid, but I'm lucky today because I have this. In this grade. Yep, that's exactly what I want. You're not understand really far from me. Where did I put my foot? What am I doing? Barb. How's that? Waypoint? How's that? Oh, what is it? Okay, I think that is nice. This sucks. Oh yeah. Hmm. I can certainly get that. Yeah, I think. Okay. Power key. Okay, that's fine. Pika. Hmm. Darker blur. Whatever. That didn't work. Guess I need whatever it is. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Nice. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, we're out there though. Hmm. Yeah. Damn, this is scary. And I've been not saying things again, but like, I'm of course kidding. I need to make this prettier, maybe. Probably. Hmm. Why am I so silent though? Na na na. Oh my god. Oh my god. Team. This is so nice actually. Such an idiot. Na. Wow, this is nice. Good. Sure. Sure, buddy, sure. What else? What else? Wow, wow. That is all my items in one interface, which is super nice. Easy. I'm not right. Where that is? I'm missing diamond. You get it. Hmm. Everything seems fine. Let's get that. Okay. Let's go to the piglin. I need all my item back, so it's nice. I just realized I keep talking this whole time. I have not been talking, which is crazy. Normally I would try to make something. I would try to talk at least, but now I just stop completely. I swear. Wait a minute. How you got wireless this? I see. How about advanced one? Just need netherite. Oh, interesting. Block. That's it. Block. Anyway. Piglin farm. Happy you. Happy you guys. Okay. What the fuck? This is so nice. Actually so nice. My god. Oh, awesome. And I have so little cobblestone actually. This crazy. Forgot to bring iron. Let's presumably make copper then. Copper. 2, 3. Then chest. Let's go. Back. You even it's right here. Can expand this side. Okay. And then give me battery. Orange. I don't have gold, guys. Yeah? Really don't know Ender Pearl? You crazy bitch. Anyway, I need to check what waypoint is. Waypoint. No, that's not it. Waypoint. It's the big Roman Star. Or plate and interesting. Come on, faster. I'm sorry for your loss. I think I'm making compacting tower after this. Not gonna lie, it would be awesome to have. That is. No ender pearl, dude. The fuck? Come on, ender pearl, please. I'm begging you, actually. Please, come on, dude. I need ender pearl. Kinda bad for me. Like, literally, there's not much point in this, but... I mean, there's so much point, but... Let's just destroy this real quick. I don't know diamond. I have a core. Come on, please, faster. Come on. No ender powder. Literally nothing. Nada. What is this, a joke? Come on, ender pearl, man. What is this? What is this supposed to mean? Fucking hate. Nada in the powder. Wow, I have adventure so far here. Which is crazy. What is this anyway? Come on. Oh my god, that's literally no ender powder. Shit. What am I supposed to do? You kidding me? Half passed and the survivor. Okay, what the fuck? $27 is enough, no? And then it's over. Does it need to be one specifically? Okay. Now I just need this. But I'm missing copper. Yep. Then what? And then I need iron. Alright, not good. Not good. Nicely done, dude. I, Captain. Guys. Give me that, okay? Fine. Diamond. Anyway, this is kinda whatever. Just need diamond, okay? It's not in the hot heater. Not appreciated, okay? What the fuck? The fuck just happened to me? Weird. Liar. Like, do you think I would fall for it again, dude? Fucking liar. Like, oh my god. I'm kinda so tired that I can't even talk. It's crazy. But yeah. This just need to be done, so I'm doing it. Level 4? That is such a lie. And you know it's a lie to do. Like chill. What the on, man, faster. It's a fucking sound too stupid. It's kinda stupid, yo. This is so dark. And move away from lava because it's too bright for my eyes, dude. Like what? I mean, yeah. Basically, this is my life now. I'm just searching for diamond. Level 1, good for you. Let's go. Come on, come on. Come on, please. Where's my diamond though? My diamond dog, the shit. Where's it? Where's it? There it is. How much was that? 4? Hey, wait, do I not have my luck human? My luck? What is it doing now? I got what I deserve. What? I got what is given to me? I need more. I don't need that. Like bullshit. What do you mean? And I forgot to eat too. Like an idiot too. I forgot my food too. Where's my diamond, dude? Where's my diamond? Where's my diamond? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Destroy, destroy, destroy. I need 3 by 3 area there. This one, diamond in Bakama. How you make this? Jesus Christ. Crazy. Well, it better be worth it though. Swear to God. Come on, faster. That's my diamond, dude. That's my diamond, yo. Shit, wait, gold. I need gold. How much gold was that? A lot. Another gold, dude. Come on now. Easy pick up. Jesus Christ. Diamond. Come on now. How much? How much? 15? That's my fucking fortune. Fucking perk, dude. From level up. Like, what is it? Don't see it. Do I need to mine it manually. That is so ass. Come on, where is it? Don't be shy now. Shut up, I don't need you to tell me wrong information, okay? Na 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 na. I'm going to SC actually. That's my diamond dog. Come on now. My diamond dog. I think I'm breaking this thing and then we're going home. This is tough. I see no diamond. This is tough. Like, what do you mean? Oh yeah. Like, what do you mean? Come on. That's my diamond, dude. The shit. I've been mining endlessly with no fucking. There it is. 15, right? Or diamond. 25. That's 10. Jesus. Like, what do you mean? Come on, come on. More diamond, please. Thank you for telling me that it's fucking near. This is scary. Wait, diamond. No, it's not diamond, idiot. Color. I'm not colorblind, but I might be as well. I never seen lapis though. Why? What is it doing here? Where is my diamond? There it is. I'm blind. I could pour my ass. How much? How much? 4 diamond? Let's see. Leave me alone, Lava. Come on, come on. Where is my diamond, yo? Come on, come on, come on. Okay. I see no diamond, but there's really no diamond. That's bullshit. Well, I don't know what's going on there. Just doesn't seem to be wanna. It just doesn't. It just don't wanna break. I don't know. Now it break. Like what? Turn up. Up. Okay. This is crazy. No. Not diamond though. This is crazy, really. That's my diamond, dude. Come on. One beside you, diamond. Piece of shit. Come on, come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come on, diamond. Where are you? Oh yeah, this is pretty boring. Pretty boring, yo. Why do I even send it? No, I'm kidding, by the way. I need to send everything at you at this point. But I don't know. Just fun, okay? Anyway. I'm not going back yet, but I need to mark it. Because I'm lost right now. I'm actually lost. I'm actually lost. Right, hold on. No, there's no way I'm lost. Wait a second. I'm already lost. Is it? Oh, here it is. Come on now. It's my diamond. Diamond, I need you so bad. I need you so bad. Diamond, diamond, diamond. Where are you? Where are you? Diamond, 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 diamond. Please, don't do this to me. Come on. Yeah, this is Simon, dude. Like, come on. Like, what are you doing? Hiding for me. This is crazy. I will fight my ass. Come on, where is it? Please. Give me some hope. Like, what do you mean? Anyway, I really have nothing to talk about. I'm just doing nothing. This is not a waste of time, dude. I promise you. I promise you right now. Not a waste of time. But Where is the diamond? I'm getting baffled by this. Getting super baffled, dude. No way. Where is my diamond, dude? Is Deep Duck just don't have diamond, dude? That could be the case, no? Yeah, that could be the case, dude. No diamond in Deep Duck? That don't make sense. Yeah, where is my diamond, dude? I don't wanna get Baptist. Baptified? What the fuck am I trying to say? Baptified? Baptist? I'm not trying not to get baptized by a fucking lava, dude. Come on. Ridiculous. I'm still in deep dark. And no diamond inside. It's ridiculous. Oh my god, I think it's time to go back. Upgrade. You're such an enabler, dude. Come on. Be ridiculous. What the fuck, dude? Ridiculous, dude. This is so much tip slide. So much tip slide, dude. Why is this compounding, dude? What the fuck? What is happening? What is happening, dude? Do I have enough for that? Let's talk, buddy. Bitch. Dun, 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 dun. That's enough, that's enough. Now cobble and top. What the fuck am I doing, dude? This seems unreal. But it storms though. Enter the proxy. Okay, and put the block in front of it into an inventory. Interesting. Interesting. Where? Wait, don't like that. Oh. Interesting, interesting. Yep, that's enough for me. What day is it? 42? That's crazy. I've been doing nothing. Let's go. Exactly as expected. I think I'm moving though. It's kind of not good for me. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Getting more compacting part. Na, 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 na. What is there to compact about it? Yes, that's it. Weird, weird, weird. Let's bring this. And this is overload. Right, but I'm picking it up now. I'm picking up most of it. Sorry. Yeah, but sorry about how this is. Kita merasa sedikit. Because, okay, that's pretty cool. This right content. What is this? Na 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 na. How did we get here? Okay, I'm upgrading my sword. I think I'm moving everything down. Get my bed though. Yeah, but I didn't open it. Where do I sleep though? Here. Nice and dandy. You need you. I still need you, so it goes there. Goes there. Then cutting board goes here. Perfect. Perfect, Monami. Need more compacting. And it's done. So let's go cobble. Let's get to cobble. And then same, I need same. Same. Nice. Let's put outside. But what is this? Pancake and Photography. Let's see. Else could have. I could it. Could it. Photography. Item filter. What is it? Component. I don't care. Okay. Where? Na, 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 na. Come on now, item. planks too. I guess I'm chopping more too. Hold on. That's just that's just not nice, dude. Come on. Not even. Jesus Christ. Don't get it though. Why do you need level 3? Level 3 is so much harder to get it. And then the so weird, no? No, 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 no. What else? What else? What am I doing? What am I doing? I forgot. What am I doing with this? I actually don't know. Actually don't know actually. But alright. But now? I want to do this. Candy sniper. Nice. Actually done, actually. Now this sort has expanded. But loud, actually. But nice. Wait, I can't do that, dude? Oh my. Let's see. Let's see back. Bubble tip slider anything. A director, I need so much of it. This is nice. I see you director and you boom, I forget it. Yeah, talking about that. Tough. It's tough, buddy. It's tough. It's so tough, dude. My god. Nice, nice, nice. I cannot forgive you. This time it's only quite true. You must say it. Really doesn't matter. All it's I see. Everything I hear, I've nothing. Cannot believe you are just not there. No, it's empty. The ship. Whatever. But not care less. With all the gold I have. All. Thanks. Anyway, let's go. What am I doing? Fine, give me diamond, give me ender powder. Or split, whatever. I can go, I guess. Oh, ender pearl. That's flat. That's clutch, the fuck? What is it called again? Wait, I don't need enders. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I have been bamboozled. Interesting. Come on, faster. Let's make this a bit nicer. This is the box of Piglin's heading. Nothing sinister is going on here. Really? Fucking pitch. Only two? Only two? Okay, four. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Thanks for the work, guys. What you could do is part of me. When on the sun, every song will be one. Don't care all about you. Saying something what you do. Even if lies are completely forgotten when I be. I cannot believe. Say that, say that, say. Now I need stone. I don't have stone. What shit is this? Everything across the gap. But when I could be gone, it was just part of you. I'll be insane. I swear, dude, not my building ball. You idiot. Interesting. What is it called? Uh, okay. Purchase research. I wanted them. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sitting. Compacting. Compacting Java. Well, this is all I need. This is all I want, I mean. So, yeah. Oh, what? Blackstone, maybe? Leave little to kinda annoying. What am I saying? What can be compressed though? Let me think. One block, maybe? One. Yep. Nice. Do I have better one? What's not? Diamond. This. Ironing cabinet, what for? This is outdated. This is better than. Not ever understanding every single part of me of my mind. I could not be anything else than you can about it. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck? What the fuck? How does that work anyway? I get it. Like, what if I press here? What the fuck? Maybe can do it? 97 inventory, huh? What if I decided? Okay, so it counted as. Okay, that makes sense. Now I just need to test. Where is it? So what did it cost? For? Okay, okay. Surface. Extend the face. There's a different meaning. Okay. I'm upgrading this to fucking netherite. Alright. Nether warrior. But honestly. Uh, 7, 8. I see. 7, 8. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good upgrade. Not gonna lie. But no enchant though. Like literally no enchant. Define enchanting is kinda ass. Anyway, what am I doing here? Oh. This is much easier, so guys. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? How many dead though? I get here. Not two. So here maybe? I should have back up though. Done. We're done. I got many things with me. Be right back. I need diamond, I need diamond, I need diamond, I need diamond. I need diamond to hit this shit. Come on. Come on, bitch. Come on. I swear, dude, like, after this, I'm making this better, okay? I promise, I promise. After this mining session, I'm making this shit better. Anyway, I don't think we are... I'm running away from this deep dark biome, dude. Never mind. Not here, apparently. Not there, not there. Need to run away, far away, far away. Far away. Let's go right here, right here. This seems perfect for mining. Go. And I don't bring torch either. Like the stupid moron I am. Come on. Turn it deep dark. Yes, let's go. I actually don't know if the thing works, if hammer works on that or not. When I know this comes, but annoying. Consider in deep dark though. Fuck, did I just... Fuck. Please tell me it's not burning. Tell me it did not burn. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, not awesome. Interesting. Come on. Please, please, faster, bitch. Nice about diamond. Thank you, yeah. Get it, like overlay. But I'm searching for figure. And start dialysis. Episodes outlook visibility. And this is it. What is going on? Combat, no, I want inch. I mean, I want mining. Where's mining? Where's mining? Okay, because gives profit, golden because profit over the furnace, mining tips are the plaza profit of furnace. Mining speed, globally, furnace substantial or okay. So, how much? Only 3. Wow, that's amazing. But if that is not the problem, then I just unlucky last time. Which makes sense, I guess. Come on, please. I mean, it took double, so that's nice. But, fuck. Okay, it's fine. Come on. Come on. Oh, so many diamonds. Good. Yeah, that's it. Most of it, sorry. Like, what do you mean? Come on, come on, come on. Diamond again? I'm so lucky this time. Damn it. Damnation, dude. Wow. That's what I mean. I don't mean to be sound. I don't mean to sound. I don't actually mean to sound unexcited, but yeah. That's why the buttons were no. It's not. I would hit it otherwise. But I mean, literally yesterday I spawned to Warden, which is nowhere close of me anyway, so it's fine. But now, tough, dude. Tough. Why am I saying it's tough, dude? Is it because there's stuff on the screen? Wonder? Make you wonder, huh? I almost spawned Warden. It's crazy. What is this music? I don't need music like music. Whatever it's called. Music? How you say this? Okay. Sorry. When was that? There's no way. I mean, it's my audio that better, but it's just my accent. I mean, it's probably my audio. I too can hear myself when I'm rewatching my stream, but not gonna lie, I'm just trying to figure it out. Anyway. Anyway. I mean, it's great opportunity, not gonna lie. But you know, I'm not in a condition to do that right now, as I'm still testing my streaming, which is, I don't know. Yeah. How come that? Is my audio that bad? I mean, maybe. Anyway, we're done. Oh my god. Oh my days. I need starter. You know what? Come on now. Where is it? And out. That's it. 3 minutes? Sorry, I was ignoring you. I mean, you're not here, I know. But come on. I can talk to myself now. Sorry for ignoring though. I kinda didn't see it. Dude. Wait, that's called building method, no? Dude, but my audio though. What's wrong with it? Literally, what's wrong? What the fuck? Literally, what's wrong with it, dude? I don't know, dude. I tried every single filter I could, but literally nothing helped me. Unless I'm getting this close, which is probably better for the hearing experience. Let's see, 5 minutes, 5 hours exactly. This is when I'm talking to the mic intensely. I mean, let's see the difference. I mean, I want to see the difference after this, so that's what I mean when I say let's see. I mean, you don't need to be yep. Sorry. Maybe I just need to really stay close to the mic, you know? Which is crazy. I hate doing that. Wait. This should be slow, no? But I don't care. I'll use tip slide because why not? It already happened and I don't exactly have the motivation to fix it. So whatever. Anyway. Come on. Come on. Jeez. Oh my god. Literally, what the fuck? Can I place block, dude? And why is it dark? So dark. Why is it so dark, dude? I don't know. I mean, it's my setting, right? I mean, why am I complaining? Is it dark when? Fuck. Why am I complaining when it's dark when I can even be a silly guy? I'm so silly, dude. I completely ignored that guy. Which is crazy. I mean, not that crazy, because... Yeah, I swear. Anyway. After this, I'm done. After this, I'm a bit done, dude. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Okay, we're out. Nice. Nicely done. I'm scared for noticing that. Let's craft this though. Nice. And I don't need the carrot. I'll take it back. Let's go. We're so full now. Cool. Interesting. What is interesting, you say? Nothing. It is interesting. I swear I had this suited. Okay. Yeah, good luck. Mm-hmm. Why does it always go though? The fucking piece of... I don't even need the hour now. Like, it's useless. It's literally useless though. Like, useless. Useless piece of shit. It doesn't take priority over normal chest, dude. Annoying. It's so very annoying actually. I mean, it has a nice visual if it works. But no, of course not. But it didn't work. Oh yeah. Let me see. Let me see if that's something I can do. Oh yeah, Tom. Alright. But I think I'm done for today. I need to heal. I think we're done, but it's been 5 hours. 5 long hours, but I'm done. Goodbye. If you can hear me, that is. You should though. You should.